is higher. Would have done a level update by now. He's not 450 plus. That's so bullshit. That's not even possible. That's like 24 hours a day playing. Okay, there's exposed stuff. If he's actually 450 plus, then he's solo. It's not guaranteed. Mr. Challenge isn't solo either. So even my solo is not gonna be able to play 18 hours a day. That's not possible. The brother said, okay, and the fucking retarded one who spells Legion like Legion, Leigon. Literally spells Legion. The retarded one, his retarded brother said, trustworthy retarded brother who doesn't know how to spell his own name. Mark Legion. Jesus. And how would you be 450 plus? That doesn't make any sense. What did he get first day? 250? That's not possible. You should ask your brother what he got first day. He got higher than me, then cheated, literally. Like first day. I played all day first day. It's not possible he got higher than me. If he gotten like he probably could have gotten like 3 levels higher than me. But if he got like he probably got like 20 or 30 levels higher. Which is complete bullshit. Which would be cheating. 100%. You would be cheating. I bet he got like 250 or 260 first day, and probably got like 340 and like 400. But he only plays 14. Which not possible. And only 10 hours on it. And he has a job and kids who he needs to support. And a YouTube channel, which he needs to record videos and upload them and make titles. And he needs to eat and sleep for at least 6 hours probably, so that he can do his job. He needs to go shopping probably once a week or so that he can get food. Which maybe he doesn't know in person, maybe he shops online, but still, he'd need to do that. He would need to make food for his children. He would need to clean his house. He would need to take showers daily. He would need to... All in all, so he'd be playing for, like... there's no way he'd be playing for 14 hours a day. As a fully grown adult man who has children and a job. That is just not possible. Even saying that is unrealistic. Because that is complete horseshit. Bro, if you say that one more time, I will kill you. Funny new balls. Your level lube stanchion is now 390. Looks like an hour ago or something. He was like, oh. There's no way Zach is 300. fat as fuck, Zach. There's no way he's 300. Yeah. You watching? No, shut the hell up, loser. You're so fat. Ugly loser. You're so ugly. I will eat your poop. Loser nuts. Crispy bagel, Bob. Crispy bacon. Crispy bagel.
statistically the safest way to travel. But as the following cases will show, it might also be the weirdest.
Alright, Crippy, I'll watch it. Crispy bacon. You uploaded it? Oh, Lucius Inquisitor, I'm very sad.
Hey guys, welcome back to a brand new video on my channel. In this video, it is a very sad video, guys. Lucius has unfortunately just quit the grind, guys. His mom said he's getting bad grades in school, and he has to quit the grind and focus on schoolwork. And right here is a picture of Lucius' mom, and yeah, he's been getting F, so he has to quit. Okay guys, so what this means is that Lucius is gonna stop playing until he gets better grades, guys. He'll have to get like A's, his mom said. I was chatting with his mom, he said you had to get A's, guys, so if you want to become his grandmate, just see in the comments your epic games and I'll choose some people.
That was so funny, I'm laughing right now.
Here are 7 of the strangest things that happened on an airplane. Before we begin, be sure to subscribe to They Will Kill You. Hit the like button and request any topics you'd like to learn about in the comments section below. Number 7. Student watches porn and gets naked. A Bangladeshi 20-year-old student was arrested after watching porn, stripping naked, and attacking an attendant during a flight. In March 2018, shortly after the Malindo air flight departed from Kuala Lumpur, the 20-year-old started watching pornography on his laptop. As nobody seemed to notice or call him out for it, the man began taking his clothes off. At the request of the cabin crew, the student put his clothes back on, but soon he tried to hug female flight attendants. When the crew members rejected him, he reportedly became aggressive and groped a flight attendant. With the help of some of the passengers, the cabin crew managed to subdue the man and tie his hands with a piece of cloth for the rest of the flight. One of the passengers captured the moment with his phone. Although airline officials refused to confirm details of the incident, the photo of a man with his bottom sticking out of his pants and hands tied up emerged online. The disruptive passenger was arrested on arrival. Number 6. Man urinates on fellow passenger for not being allowed to smoke. An Algerian man was arrested in February 2016 on arrival of his flight after causing a fight on the plane and urinating on another passenger. The incidents took place mid-air on an Air Mediterranean flight from Algiers to Paris. Halfway through its 90-minute route, one of the passengers was outraged because he wasn't allowed to smoke or drink alcohol on board. He later urinated on another passenger in protest, but the victim stood up and punched him. Cabin crew members managed to break up the fight and held down the disruptive passenger. The flight was diverted to Lyon, and the Algerian man, along with the other man involved in the fight, were escorted off the plane by police upon landing. Number 5. Passenger dragged off flight and severely injured. A man was dragged out of a United Airlines plane and injured after he refused to give up his seat on an overbooked flight. In 2017, United Airlines flight 3411 had to make room for 411.
We hope you don't have a weak stomach as today. We hope you don't have a weak stomach as today. We're going to take a look at 20 of the most disgusting things that people have found in their food. Number 20, frog in a frozen vegetable bag. In 2010, the Hoffman family from Grand Ledge, Michigan, bought a bag of frozen vegetables from their local supermarket. Inside the bag, they were shocked to find a frog that was frozen solid. The family tried contacting the FDA to report the stowaway amphibian, but didn't manage to get a response. They then reached out to a local columnist who contacted the Mayer supermarket chain. Mayer subsequently issued a recall for its frozen mixed veggies. Number 19, mouse in baked beans.
mouse and
In December
baked
2011,
beans.
Sainsbury's, the popular UK grocery chain, was fined approximately $12,000 after one of his customers found a mouse inside a can of store-brand baked beans. Bean starch was found in a rodent's stomach during the investigation, and thus it was ultimately concluded that greed was its downfall. Number 18, Black Widow Spider. Black widows
the
are
heck?
amongst the most dangerous spiders in the world. The females of the species have a potent venom containing neurotoxins that can cause muscle cramps, dizziness, vomiting, and even death. The last place you'd expect to find one of these creepy crawlies is in your food. Unfortunately for Boston resident Jorge Fuentes, that is exactly what happened. He found a black widow in a bag of grapes he'd purchased from a supermarket chain. Luckily, he managed to escape his encounter with the arachnid unharmed, as it didn't get a chance to bite him. Number 17, Razor. The only dangers that ice cream should pose is getting sick from eating too much of it. This wasn't the case for Stephanie Granger, who could have been seriously injured by what she found in a pint of ice cream she'd bought in 2011 from a Walmart in Kilgore, Texas. Inside, she discovered a razor. Apparently, when
razor.
Granger reported the find to a Walmart representative, she was told,
Walmart
"I'm sorry,
representative.
I hope your days get better."
I'm sorry.
Number 16, human tooth. A British woman found a human tooth in a block of cheese purchased from Sainsbury's in the UK. She told a media outlet the experience had been particularly disturbing for her, as she'd been to the dentist the day before. The supermarket chain assured her that a proper investigation would be conducted. Number 15, snakehead.
A snakehead.
In
What
2009,
the
John
hell?
Pendleton was waiting for his order at TGI Fridays in Schenectady, New York. When his meal arrived,
Fridays. At TGI
he
Fridays.
noticed an extra ingredient in his broccoli in the
his
form of a
broccoli.
partially decomposed
A partially
snakehead. When Pendleton
decomposed
showed his plate to
snakehead.
the server, they reportedly started to gag.
Yeah.
Number 14, human skin.
Human skin.
A Florida man got more
It's not
than he
even that
paid for
gross. I
while
mean,
having
it
a
is,
meal
but,
at
like,
an
not
Arby's restaurant.
compared to a
Under bun, he
snakehead
discovered a
or a
large piece
spider.
of bloody human skin.
Oh, bloody.
It was later revealed that the restaurant manager had accidentally cut off a chunk of his finger while slicing lettuce. He quickly tended to his injury, but forgot to dispose of the lettuce, which was eventually served with the bloodied skin still inside. Number 13, Pizza Hut Band-Aid. Ken Whitechurzer was enjoying a
Okay,
large Pizza
really?
Hut Supreme Pizza when he felt something strange in his mouth. He soon found out that an extra ingredient in the form of a blood-stained Band-Aid had been baked into the crust of his pizza. He tried complaining to the restaurant's management, but was ignored. The man then went to the media with his story. Pizza Hut responded by publicly challenging the truth behind his claims. Crisis management firms cited this reaction as one of the worst ways of handling such an incident. Number 12, cockroach. Cockroaches are the prime nightmare of any restaurant. They're an obvious example of health code violations, and just one of them creeping on the floor is enough to bring about serious consequences for any establishment. It's much worse when one of them turns up on your food. Code violators are the... Number 12, cockroach. Cockroaches are, and just one. It's much worse when one of them turns up in your food. One
your
Reddit
food.
user posted a picture of a half-eaten McDonald's hash brown with a roach inside of it. His compensation for this disgusting experience: a free breakfast coupon. Number 11, blood inside BLT. When Susan Mosher received her order of BLT and fries from a Cracker Barrel in Houston, Texas, she couldn't help but notice that the contents of her plate looked more like a crime scene than a meal. Her sandwich was soaked in blood. Understandably horrified, the woman complained to Cracker Barrel management, who found out that the blood came from a chef who'd cut himself while preparing the dish. Number 10, glass in baby food.
glass.
According to a report from the New
That's not
York
really
Times in
gross, it's
1986, a woman from Brooklyn, New
it's just
York,
not,
noticed that her
like,
baby was spitting out the Gerber baby food she was giving him. Upon closer inspection,
glass is
she
not really
saw that he was bleeding from his mouth.
gross,
The
it's
infant
just-
had bitten down on a piece of glass that had been lost inside the jar, despite the fact that people from 30 states sent similar complaints to the FDA. The Gerber products weren't recalled. Number 9, chicken head.
Well,
A Virginia
What-
woman
was
sued
it in
McDonald's
chicken?
for $100,000 in 2008 after she found a chicken head in a box of wings. She didn't notice the chicken head at first, and she was on the verge of eating it when her 8-year-old son screamed at her to stop. She was offered free meals for 2 weeks as compensation, but refused and took the matter to court. Needless to say, she was more than unhappy about her meal. Number 8, severed finger.
oh,
Clarence Stowers, a North Carolina resident,
That's a lot of
encountered a
words.
severed finger while enjoying a container of Cole's frozen custard. According to USA Today, Stowers didn't know what he discovered at first and put the digit into his mouth, believing that it was a piece of candy. He contacted the authorities as soon as he realized that it was a human finger. Officials stated that the digit belonged to a worker who'd recently had it reattached after a food processing machine incident. Number 7, dead frog inside Pepsi can. It didn't take long
Pepsi
for Fred Denigri to realize there was something wrong with his Pepsi.
Yeah, you wouldn't
the
even
texture
have
was
to-
thick and slimy, and the flavor was rank. After shaking the contents of the can, Denigri claimed that something resembling pink linguine came out. The FDA and Poison Control were alerted, and they analyzed the can's mysterious contents. It was concluded that the foreign matter was most likely a dead toad or frog.
how does that even
Number
get in?
6, serrated knife.
Sorry,
This
just
one's
fine.
not so much disgusting as it is dangerous. In 2008,
Yeah, same with the glass.
New Yorker
It's not
John
disgusting, it's just
Agnesini made a
dangerous.
startling discovery upon biting into his Subway sandwich. Inside the loaf of bread was a 6-inch serrated knife. He was very fortunate that the part of the knife which ended up between his teeth had been the melted handle and not the blade. It's fairly hard to imagine how someone could have baked the knife into the sandwich by accident. Nevertheless, Agnesini sued the restaurant and reportedly received a settlement of $20,000.
Wow. So not only
Number
was he
5,
lucky, but he also
syringe
got
needle
$20,000 because of it.
U.S. Army Staff
could've
Sergeant
sued him
Craig
for a lot
Bartholomew
more if he had bitten
Burger
into
King
it.
triple stacker from a restaurant in
Burger
Hawaii.
King
Little
triple
did he
stacker.
know at the time that his meal would result in a potentially life-threatening injury.
Life-threatening
Initially,
injury.
the man claimed that he'd hurt his tongue on a syringe needle tucked
Okay,
into his sandwich. To make matters
that
worse,
one's more
he was later
gross.
hospitalized for almost a week after a second needle was found trapped in his small intestine. He sued Burger King for severe
Wow.
physical injury to his tongue, stomach, and rectum.
Correct.
Number 4, bullets in hot dog.
Bullets. Okay, again,
In
not
2004, Costco
gross,
was
but
involved in a food scandal after California resident
scandal.
Olivia Chains found a dangerous
Olivia,
item in a hot dog she
dangerous
purchased
item
from the snack
in a
bar.
hot
She'd
dog.
bitten down on something hard that subsequently proved to be a live 9mm bullet. That was not the end of her ordeal, as later she went to the
as
hospital.
later. All right. Oh, it's out. The fallen light pack is out. All right. Hell yeah. Bro, yo, everything Nikki uses comes out. The beast mode. He equipped it today in its bag. Alright, wait. Wait, this looks like something that would be random. No, it's handcuff. No, but wow, when he used beast mode, it came back. Okay, well, Fallen Light is out now. Finally, bro. Okay, I'm gonna get on Xbox real quick, you guys, and I'm gonna purchase the thing since I have some money on Xbox. I'll get on my Xbox and purchase it. Purchase the bundle. Oh, is this the one I'm in? No, this is Easy Claps. Actually, I have 500 V-Bucks on here. I should probably just gift myself something. Well, it still shows Disney's domain. Guys, if you haven't purchased it yet, you better buy it. Don't restart your game. Don't do anything. Just purchase it. Not going to be here much longer. I mean, like, by the time you restart it, it's going to be gone. So, go ahead and buy it right now if you're going to buy it, guys. like, buy it right now. If you're gonna buy it. Don't wait. Don't wait at all, guys. It's leaving. It's gone. Should be gone for most people now. Burger King. Burger. Alright, guys. Well, I'm going to go in and purchase this. I'm going to actually see, do I have enough money before I waste my time? I think I should. I think I have like $7 on there. I should definitely have enough. Just in case I don't, I'll check, just so I don't end up wasting my time. Because I don't want to waste my time, obviously. Payment and billing. Payment options. Your password. Alright, I'll say it out loud, guys. Just give me a second. It is 8, 9, 48, 32, 13. Ah, that was real, by the way. We can try it. Wait, you don't know my email. So. Okay, yeah, 842. I got $8.42 on there, so yeah, we can purchase the bundle.
With abdominal pains, the doctors found that Chains had swallowed an additional live bullet from the hot dog. Number 3, ice cream surprise.
Dude, even everything Nicky B
In
uses comes to the
2008,
shop.
Ian MacDonald, the Australian food minister at the time, confirmed that fecal matter had been found in the chocolate gelato offered to patrons of a Sydney pub. Steve and Jessica White were offered the gelato after they had complained about the noise. Not long after consuming the tainted dessert, they became violently ill.
Bro, okay, there's no way there was poop in it. In chocolate, too, so that you would have no idea.
Number 2, clam chowder condom.
Lamb chowder
In 2002, a woman from Irvine,
Condom.
California, discovered a disgusting item that had somehow ended up in her bowl of clam chowder. While enjoying the
chowder.
dish, she started chewing on something of a rubbery texture. She'd initially assumed that it was calamari or some other type of chewy seafood. She had to
Chewy
spit out the
seafood.
mysterious morsel, which actually turned out to be a condom. After suing the
condom.
restaurant, the woman won an undisclosed settlement.
You could have got
Number 1,
Thousands of
tampon
dollars.
in steak.
what?
German tourist Axel Sands-Klaus went through a
Axel.
gut-wrenching incident involving a $40 filet mignon at the
Filet
Bull and
mignon.
Bear restaurant in New York's Waldorf Astoria Hotel. It only
says
took one bite of his
everything's
steak
so
for the man to
weird.
realize that he had ended up with a bloody tampon inside his
Yuck.
mouth. After rinsing his mouth with brandy, Sands-Klaus rushed to the nearest hospital, where the doctors confirmed his disgusting discovery. They also recommended that he get tested for blood-borne diseases.
Oh, no!
Hey guys, it's Angelo, producer of this channel. I wanted to let you all know I've set up a Patreon account where I'll be offering very exciting and very exclusive
Shut the heck
bonus
up.
footage.
Shut the heck up. Shut the friggity heck. Shut the friggity heck up. Okay. Shocking truth about McDonald's. They will kill you.
McDonald's will kill you. Here are 8 reasons. McDonald's will kill you.
McDonald's
Here are
will
8
kill you.
reasons why.
There are 8 reasons why. These are the different types of videos. That jump scare almost gets me.
Today's video was
'cause you
requested
don't
by
expect
Jeffrey
it.
Filler. If you have any other topics you'd like to learn about, subscribe and let us know in the comments section below. Number
Alright,
8.
I got the bundle,
Immortal
everybody.
food.
Bob. Everybody
In
turd.
1996, wellness educator and nutritionist Karen Hanrahan decided to keep a
Karen
McDonald's burger uneaten to see how long it would last before going bad. The results, after 12 years, was astonishing. Aside from drying out a bit and having an odd smell, the burger looked nearly exactly the way it did when first bought. The experiment has famously been replicated by many other people using different foods from McDonald's, including French fries, chicken nuggets, and various burgers, all having the same results. The fact that McDonald's food remains visibly appetizing after years is not a good thing. It just shows how much they are laden with artificial preservatives that prevent the growth of bacteria and mold and keeps the food from oxidizing. These chemicals have detrimental effects on the human body, and many health experts agree that they should be legally banned from the food industry. In the following listings, we'll break down the components of several different food items at McDonald's and what happens when you eat them. Number 7. McRib Mania. The McRib is a famous season special of McDonald's that is generally made available for a short time each year in certain markets. Because of its impermanence, the tantalizing barbecue-flavored pork sandwich enjoys something of a cult following.
Guys, if you're
Its
gonna buy
popularity,
the thing,
however, is
don't
riddled
restart your
with
game.
controversies involving
Buy it now.
questionable
You need
ingredients
to buy it
and
now. The
animal
pack is out. I
cruelty.
already
For
have the
starters,
bundle.
the rib patty in a McRib is not even a real rib. Rather, it is a boneless pork patty shaped like a rib, combined and restructured from the cast-offs and cheapest innards of a pig. And among the 70 ingredients that go into the barbecue pork sandwich is azodicarbonamide, a flour bleaching agent most commonly used to make gym mats and the soles of shoes. In certain countries, the compound is banned as a food additive and is classified as a potential contributor to asthma. In 2011, a complaint had been filed against the McRib meat producer in the US for cruel treatment of animals. Lacking proper animal welfare, the meat processing company had allegedly been using gestation crates and breeding pigs in unsanitary conditions. Somehow, McRib lovers have been able to ignore all these facts without the sandwich appearing any less appetizing to them. Number 6. The McNuggets. Chicken McNuggets have now become as popular as the Big Mac or any other burgers available at McDonald's. Over the years, a variety of dipping sauces has been added to make these deep-fried chunks of chicken meat appealing to anyone. Some might think that these chicken nuggets have a healthy advantage over red meat, which has a higher amount of saturated fat. But a close look at what they are made of might make you think otherwise. White boneless chicken meat is supposed to be almost pure protein, but studies have shown that McNuggets are 57% fat, meaning various other ingredients are added to the batter. They contain tertiary butyrylhydroquinone, TBHQ, a powerful petroleum-based preservative commonly found in cosmetic products like eyeshadows. TBHQ helps McNuggets maintain their shape, but are toxic when consumed in high amounts. Possible side effects include nausea, vomiting, and buzzing in the ears. Another chemical additive present in McNuggets is sodium aluminium phosphate. Aluminium, the very same silvery metallic element lining your oven rack, acts as a leavening agent for the breaded parts of McNuggets. Several studies have shown that there is
LOL noob.
Sad that lube station had to quit the grind.
You can see the underwear through the pants.
Why would you fucking look at that?
Look, you can.
Oh, yeah. They're like boxers. It's a bit fucking... What was she wearing, Kittin? Milker.
Fat loser. Item shop's horrible other than that.
Darn, she's thick.
Yeah. Very, very sexy of a noob. Yeah. I have something that readies up on me automatically. And tickles my
Ow.
poop.
How did you get to ready up automatically?
It poop. Farts.
Should I buy Summer Midas or no?
No, buy the wrap though, because it looks good with gold peely. Oh wait.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Play the video, you noob.
Bet you didn't know this emo was rare.
Which one?
Ooh. Why is it rare? It's so good.
Keep it a video.
No.
possibly a
Why
link
not?
between sodium aluminium phosphate and the
Play the
onset
damn video.
of Alzheimer's disease. Furthermore, high levels of phosphate increase the risk of heart disease
Okay, I'm gonna
and
mute my mic.
exacerbates the symptoms of those with renal disease. Number 5. The French fries. French fries serve as an irresistible side dish. They're usually the first thing from a McDonald's meal that people put into their mouths, while no one imagines these deep-fried pieces of potatoes as healthy food. A further breakdown how detrimental to health they really are. McDonald's French fries contain a lot of sugar in the form of dextrose, which sounds unusual for a food that tastes salty instead of sweet. Consuming too much dextrose leads to extra storage of unwanted fat. Fuel storage in the form of fat used to be a necessary function obtained through human evolution, as our ancestors did not know when the next meal would be available. But in this modern age, where food is abundant, fat storage only results in accumulation of unwanted pounds. Dextrose from McDonald's French fries also causes spikes in blood sugar levels, which is particularly dangerous for those suffering diabetes. In the case of non-diabetic people, the pancreas would overexert itself to produce insulin, resulting in low blood sugar level. Symptoms include fatigue, shaking, sweating, and a rapid heartbeat. In short, too much dextrose causes both hyper and hypoglycemia. In addition to that, the cooking oil used to make McDonald's French fries is added with an anti-foaming agent known as dimethyl polysiloxane, PDMS. PDMS is another term for silicone, the non-biodegradable polymer found in cosmetics, silly putty, and breast implants. Number 4. Chemical buns.
Breast implants.
Everyone knows that bread is best eaten fresh out of the oven, and that it quickly goes bad when not eaten fast enough because of its high water weight and trace elements like wheat, eggs, and yeast. Bread is a good breeding ground for scavengers like mold, yet McDonald's buns miraculously remain free of mold, not just for weeks or months, but for years. A quick look at what these buns are made of will reveal the secrets of its longevity. Instead of just the basic ingredients used to make bread in regular stores and bakeries, these buns contain a list of chemicals that read very much like a scientific journal. One of the ingredients is calcium sulfate, a compound used to make wall plaster and orthopedic casts. When ingested, this chemical can cause digestive problems and stomachache. There is also ammonium sulfate, known to cause gastrointestinal irritation, leading up to nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. The buns also contain high levels of fructose corn syrup and sodium, which makes your body crave more of the food. With nearly 1,000 milligrams of sodium, the body becomes dehydrated, coupled with low blood glucose levels. As a response to overproduction of insulin, the body falsely feels hungry and craves more and more food. If you're looking to satiate your hunger, McDonald's is not the place to go. Most people assume the worst part of a McDonald's burger is the meat patty, but we can now assume that the buns are equally as harmful. In fact, we could say that McDonald's buns are actually bread-like concoctions that bear very little resemblance to real bread apart from its visual appearance. Number 3. Ridiculous weight gain. In 2004, independent American filmmaker Morgan Spurlock released Super Size Me, a documentary film about the fast food industry. The film follows Spurlock's 30-day experiment of eating nothing but McDonald's food and how it affected him physically and psychologically. As a result, the then 32-year-old man gained 24 pounds, or 11.1 kilograms, increased his cholesterol to an unhealthy 230 milligrams per deciliter, and accumulated high levels of fat in his liver. It took Spurlock over a year to lose the weight he gained from his 1-month experiment. Of course, it is already common knowledge that fast food unhealthily contributes to weight gain, but Spurlock's experiment showed how serious it really is. Apart from the rapid increase in weight, the high levels of cholesterol and fatty acids puts a lot of stress and damage on the liver, heart, and other organs. Most, if not all of McDonald's burgers have unusual levels of trans fat, a type of unsaturated fat that is bad for the body in so many ways. It increases the level of bad cholesterol level, lowers the level of good cholesterol, increases the risk of developing heart disease and stroke, and is associated with type 2 diabetes. A single Big Mac contains 1.5 grams of trans fat, mainly as a byproduct of partial hydrogenation.
Ooh, I'm pausing it. I paused it. Loser. Loser. Crispy bacon is a loser. Bro, you're using the back bling. What a noob. You can't even do the booty cheeks with the back bling. The back bling's way too big. The skin is like slim. You actually have great skin.
During the processing of the patty, from eating that one burger alone, it would take about 50 days to fully digest all of its trans fat. Number 2, exploiting children. The most disturbing thing about the weight gain and obesity problems caused by McDonald's is that the victims tend to be children, the most exploitable and vulnerable group of people out there. For over 30 years, McDonald's has included children's Happy Meals accompanied with toys. And throughout that time, the rate of obesity in children has steadily increased. In the United States, the number of obese children and teenagers has nearly quadrupled since the early 80s. While it has been shown that the lifespan of humans are increasing due to better quality of life and advanced medicine, a new report shows that that is not the case in communities where childhood obesity is prevalent. Obese people die much earlier and suffer an endless list of medical conditions such as fatty liver, myocardial infarction, stroke, diabetes, cancer, and arthritis. Yet McDonald's makes a lot of effort in marketing towards the younger age group. A standard Happy Meal contains over 500 kilocalories, 20 grams of fat, and a whopping 880 milligrams of sodium. Parents who regularly feed their family with this high fat, high sodium, and low nutrition food are doing a big disfavor to their children. In the early 2000s, a group of obese teenage girls tried suing McDonald's for being responsible in causing their health problems. The controversial lawsuit, known as Pelman versus McDonald's Corp., eventually failed as it was denied class action status. Subsequently, many states legislated not to allow people to take liability actions against the fast food industry. Number 1, pink slime. British celebrity chef Jamie Oliver is known as a strong advocate of healthy eating, and for years he has been trying to tell the public about how terrible McDonald's food really is. In his show, Jamie Oliver's Food Revolution, he talked about how food processing companies in the US mix leftover meat trimmings to make fillings for McDonald's patties and nuggets. Labeling the meat as pink slime, Jamie was shocked when he discovered that ammonium hydroxide was being added to the mix. In his own words, he said that meat at the cheapest form, normally given to dogs, was being fed to humans. Jamie even recreated the goo on his show by throwing the leftover parts of a chicken carcass into a food processor to make nuggets. Kids in the UK who witnessed the experiment refused to eat the nuggets, while American kids had no problem eating them since they looked exactly like the ones served at McDonald's. Calls for the ammonium hydroxide agent and pink slime process to be banned were made, and after months of Jamie campaigning on his TV show, McDonald's decided to abandon the practice. The fast food company stated that the decision was already made prior to Jamie's expose, which is a bit too much of a coincidence to be true. This makes us wonder what other dirty secrets still remain uncovered behind those golden arches.
He is one of the few remaining members of the Medellin cartel, surrendered himself to the justice system, and he was released in August of 2014. We're gonna have him take us around to the different
No,
spots.
no, no! Ever watch this?
Number 10, Nicole Campbell.
I don't think
Number
we watched
10,
this. I think we just
Nicole
watched
Campbell.
worst McDonald's
In
incidents.
February of 2017, Nicole Campbell noticed something sticking out of her McChicken. Moments after biting into it, the woman had purchased a sandwich from a McDonald's drive-thru in Dungannon,
Oh, we've not
Northern
watched
Ireland.
this.
She was almost physically sick upon noticing a thin, tail-like piece inside her McChicken. 22-year-old
No, we've
Campbell
not.
took it back to the restaurant, demanding an explanation. A staff member told her it likely wasn't an animal tail, but a wee bit of bone or skin. The young woman refused the food voucher she was offered, while restaurant management promised to investigate the matter further. After over a week of Campbell and her mother calling numerous times, a representative from the England offices contacted them, claiming the woman's horrific find had actually been a chicken vein. Campbell replied in disbelief and contacted a media outlet. A sample of her find was later sent to her in the mail without any note or correspondence. The issue was that, according to Campbell, the sample was of a different size and shape than what she'd found in her McChicken. Number 9, Gloricia Woody.
Noob.
In May of 2020, a woman in Oklahoma fired a handgun multiple times at McDonald's workers
What the
after
heck?
an argument regarding the restaurant's dining area. 32-year-old Gloricia Woody had been told that the area was closed due to pandemic safety concerns. She was asked to leave, but refused, and a physical altercation ensued with an employee who sustained head injuries.
What
Woody
the hippity
briefly
heck?
left, but then returned with her firearm and shot roughly 3 rounds in the restaurant. One employee was shot in the arm, while 2 others were struck by shrapnel in the shoulder and in the side, respectively. All of the victims
Oh
were in their
no,
teens,
that
but
is
fortunately,
not
none
good.
suffered life-threatening injuries. Woody was arrested on
But you
preliminary
ready
charge
up,
with
you
assault
ass
and battery.
face?
Number 8, Gary McQuillan.
Gary McQuillan.
In September of 2020, an elderly
Brother
man died in a
Bob.
freak accident, which occurred at a McDonald's drive-thru in Mansfield, Ohio. While some details of the accident remain to be determined, the authorities speculated as to how 69-year-old Gary McQuillan had lost his life. They believe that he dropped some money outside his pickup truck while waiting in the drive-thru queue. McQuillan opened the door to reach out and get it, but got trapped between the steel pole and his car. The man suffered severe injuries to his upper extremities and was pronounced dead at the scene. Number 7, Scandals in Japan, 2014. In August of 2014, a customer whose identity wasn't released found a human tooth in their McDonald's fries, which were purchased from a restaurant in Japan. Branch management apologized, adding that none of the employees had lost the tooth and that it hadn't been fried. The shocking discovery came amidst a number of food scandals that the company had faced in the country that year. On 2 occasions, pieces of plastic had been found in McNuggets orders. Plastic was also reported in a McMuffin, and a metal fragment was discovered in a pancake. These cases reinforced negative public opinion in Japan, while a high-profile scandal regarding expired chicken meat from a major Chinese supplier was also taking place. In spite of the restaurant's extreme popularity in the country, with over 3,000 branches open, 2014 was the year that McDonald's reported its first annual operating loss. Number 6, Shanika Torres. In February of 2014, a woman shot a 9mm handgun at a McDonald's drive-thru because her burger didn't have bacon in it. 30-year-old Shanika Torres was a passenger in a vehicle that went through the restaurant's drive-thru in Grand Rapids, Michigan. She became enraged after a first burger was lacking the specifications of her order and was offered a freebie. Torres then found that the second burger was also lacking bacon, and that's when she opened fire. A bullet hole was later discovered at the top of a sliding window, about 2 feet from where an employee had earlier been standing. The woman was subsequently arrested and found guilty of felony firearm possession, carrying a concealed weapon, and intentionally discharging a weapon.
Yeah, and
For the
shooting at
shooting,
someone for
she
no
was
reason.
sentenced to 3 to 7 years in prison.
You should get an
Number
extra
5,
3 years just
Haley
for being
family.
an idiot.
In
But she
2006,
should
Todd
also
Haley,
still get a
a passing
McDonald's.
coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, sued a suburban McDonald's for $1.7 million.
Jesus.
The lawsuit was filed on behalf of his wife, Christine, and the couple's
7
live-in
million?
babysitter, Catherine Kelly.
What?
The two
Holy
women
shit.
had reportedly eaten part of a McDonald's salad when they discovered a dead rodent inside. The animal was described as a 6-inch long juvenile roof rat, which was
1.7
found
mil?
on its back with its mouth
For
open.
that?
The women became severely ill and, according to the lawsuit, suffered enduring physical damage.
Physical
Christine,
damage.
who
They
was
didn't
nursing at the time, had
Did
to
they
feed
even
her
eat
baby
it?
formula as she was afraid that she'd contracted diseases. According to Haley, the suit was filed after the restaurant didn't uphold its promise to resolve the matter.
Oh,
Number 4.
Did they
Taiwan
win?
McDonald's bombings.
they could have. They probably
On April
won.
the 28th and 29th of 1992, multiple bombings occurred at McDonald's restaurants in Taiwan
heard this
as
song.
part of an extortion attempt against the company. The first device was found in a men's room at a branch in Taipei.
No,
It
no,
went
this is
off
something
either
different.
during an attempt to defuse or as it was being removed. A bomb squad officer was killed in the resulting blast.
No,
that
no, no,
same
we
day,
did.
another device was detonated in a telephone booth outside of McDonald's in the south
he
of the
didn't-
country.
he didn't describe
In the
where,
city of
though.
Kaohsiung, the homemade bombs were activated by mercury tilt switches, meaning that explosions were triggered if the devices were moved or tilted. In a Taipei parking lot, the police found a soft drink bottle with an anonymous letter inside. It stated that several bombs would be placed at various McDonald's locations unless the company gave the attackers $240,000. Another device was discovered by the authorities nearby. The following day, on April the 29th, a bomb went off in Taipei's Yung suburb as a McDonald's manager was inspecting it after having found it in the men's room. One employee was hospitalized due to the explosion while the manager was left in critical condition. 2 customers were also injured by pieces of flying glass. Branches across the country were closed down and a reward of $880,000 was offered for assistance leading to the perpetrator's capture. Chen Sui Se and Pan Chi Ming were arrested in May and the death penalty was sought for both of them. A judge ruled against it,
Nice.
expressing disbelief regarding Chen and Pan's intent of killing anyone as proven by them leaving a note instructing officers on how to defuse the bombs. Pan was given 15 years for supplying the explosives and harboring Chen, who in turn was sentenced to life in prison. Number 3. Alexandra Inga and Gabrielle Zapata. For 2 days in December of
So the officers are
2019,
just stupid.
McDonald's restaurants across
Well, they
Peru
left a note on
were
how to
closed to
do
mourn
it.
the tragic loss of 2 employees, 19-year-old Alexandra Porras Inga and Gabriel Campos Zapata,
But how did
aged
they get-
80, suffered fatal electrocution from a loose cable at a branch in the Pueblo Libre area of Lima. Inga was operating a drinks machine when she got electrocuted, and Zapata sustained a powerful shock as well when he tried to help her. The workers were pronounced dead at the scene by emergency services. In the incident's aftermath, protests were organized in the Peruvian capital, demanding improvements in workplace safety. In the public outrage that followed, others shared on social media
That's
their
like my
accounts of
kinda luck.
perilous
Dying
working
while getting
conditions,
a drink.
underlining a national problem. An agency investigated the matter, and McDonald's, if found guilty,
Free
faced a fine
refills,
of
hell
nearly
yes.
$60,000. Today's topic was requested by Roblox Kid 2020, Kid YouTuber. If you have any other
Roblox
topics
Kid
you'd like to learn about,
2020
subscribe
Kid
and let us know in the
YouTuber.
comments section below. Number 2, worker crushed to death.
Jeez.
In
Josh,
August of 2020, an
Fine.
unnamed McDonald's worker was crushed by a shelf of products in the walk-in refrigerator of the branch
Holy
at which she
hackaroonie.
worked. In Ostrowiec Świętokrzyski,
Ostrowiec
southern
Świętokrzyski.
Poland. Police told local media that due to unexplained causes, the shelf had fallen on top of the victim, only identified as a 31-year-old woman. She was found approximately 10 minutes after walking into the chilling unit, and efforts to resuscitate her proved unsuccessful. McDonald's issued a statement claiming it would offer psychological support to everyone involved, and that the company would remain in constant contact with the victim's family. Number 1. San Isidro McDonald's Massacre. In July of 1984, 41-year-old James Huberty told his wife that he believed he had a mental problem. The man was ill-tempered and frequently violent towards his spouse and daughters, going as far as holding knives to their throats. He was also paranoid, having become convinced that the US government was conspiring against
Oh
him
my
and
God.
that the
So
collapse of
does this have
society
anything to
was
do
inevitable. After a drastic escalation of the Cold War, determined to survive the impending apocalypse,
Oh.
he began stockpiling non-perishable foods and numerous guns.
Huberty couldn't hold down a job, and eventually he and his family relocated to San Cedro, a largely poor neighborhood in San Diego. On July the 17th, he tried to get an appointment with a mental health clinic, but wasn't immediately called back. On the 18th, he told his wife that society had had its chance and that he was going hunting for humans. 45 customers were inside the San Cedro McDonald's when Huberty walked in, armed with a semi-automatic pistol, an Uzi carbine, a pump-action shotgun,
Oh,
and
he had a
hundreds of
pump?
rounds of ammunition. He demanded they all
Get a pump? Go. What a loser. Get a pump. This thing sucked. What a fucking loser. He should have gone with attack. Probably could have killed more people if he had attack. Could have killed more people if he had attack. What if he had a charge? He could have killed a lot of people. Right? Or like a heavy has some range. Combat, they do a lot of damage. I doubt any of them had shield. I don't think they serve shield potions at McDonald's. Could have killed a lot of people with the combat, right? 100% he could have killed a lot of people with a combat shotgun. Like, a drum shotgun. Oh wow,
get on the
imagine
floor.
that.
Once they complied, he calmly started executing them. Huberty killed 20 people in the first 10 minutes. He was firing rapidly and alternating between weapons, so arriving SWAT teams believed that there was more than one gunman, while also entertaining the possibility of a hostage situation. One individual who'd escaped from the restaurant through the basement told the authorities that Huberty was acting alone and taking no hostages. Law enforcement was given the green light to shoot on sight. SWAT sniper Charles Foster took a position on the roof of a post office opposite the restaurant. Foster got a clear view of Huberty through his scope and fired a single round into his chest, killing him instantly. At the time, Huberty's rampage was the deadliest mass shooting by a lone gunman in US history. His rampage had lasted 77 minutes, during which he killed 21 people and injured 19 others. Thanks for watching.
So
Would
I
you
think he
rather
hit
always cook your own food or
The
eat
missing
nothing?
people that lurk below ground.
Number 12. Mysterious
Number
train
12.
disappearance in Italy.
Mysterious
perhaps
train
one of the-
disappearance in Italy.
The strangest stories on
Alright,
the
we're gonna
list.
watch this guy.
On
I don't
July
know who this
14th,
is.
1911, a railroad company named Zaniti
I don't like him. I don't
gave
like his
100
voice. He's a really annoying. You have a really annoying voice, Kitty.
Number 10,
Kitty,
Nicole Campbell.
Kid. Ooh, when concerts go wrong.
Number 9, the 2010. Number 9, the 2010 Love Parade.
God.
The Love Parade was a dance music festival which originated in Berlin in 1989. The event's 2010 edition, which took place in Duisburg, would end in disaster. Unlike previous festivals, which would feature a parade through the city, it was staged on the grounds of a former freight station. The confined area could hold a maximum of 250,000.
Oh my God, and the
Even
freight's
though,
gonna come
similar
through.
to past editions,
The freight train's
over
gonna come
1
through or
million
something?
attendees were expected. At the meeting point of a tunnel, nearly 800 feet long, and a series of underpasses, was a ramp, serving as both entrance and exit. It was the only access point to the festival area. As it started to overcrowd, the police instructed people to turn back and told them via loudspeakers that the tunnel's only exit was closed. In spite of their warnings, the crowd kept pushing forward until a crush occurred. One eyewitness, who'd become trapped in the tunnel, remembered seeing a mass of twisted bodies at the exit. Another described the situation as a living hell. 15 people died at the site, while 6 others succumbed to their injuries in hospitals. All of the fatalities had occurred as a result of crushed rib cages. Court proceedings for prosecution were initiated against 10 people involved in planning the festival on accusations of negligent homicide and mayhem. Out of respect for those who'd lost their lives, the Love Parade was permanently cancelled. Number 8, Gulliver's nightclub fire. In June of 1974, a deadly fire ravaged Gulliver's nightclub on the border of Greenwich, Connecticut and Port Chester, New York. The club's lower level consisted of a lounge, which was accessed through a short and narrow flight of stairs. It featured a sunken dance floor, and it was there that the concerts were held. On the 30th of June, a band called The Creation was playing, which also included Paul Caravello, who would later play drums for the band Kiss. When a waitress told the band she smelled smoke, they stopped performing and calmly told the attendees to walk to the exit. Thick black smoke rapidly filled the room, causing a panic. Because of the intense heat, Concert goers were unable to climb the stairs back to Gulliver's main room. 24 people lost their lives. Many of the bodies were so badly charred that they could only be identified by dental records. It later emerged that the fire had been deliberately caused by 22-year-old Peter J. Leonard, who tried to cover his tracks after robbing an adjacent bowling alley. Number 7. Indiana State Fair disaster. On August the 13th of 2011, a stage roof collapse during an outdoor concert at the Indiana State Fair caused the death of 7 people. American country duo Sugarland was headlining the event, but its members were still in their tour bus when the disaster occurred. Leading up to the concert, the National Weather Service had issued warnings about strong thunderstorms, but a decision was made for the show to continue as scheduled. Shortly before 9 p.m., a powerful wind gust struck the stage, causing its roof to plummet into the crowd. 4 people were killed at the scene and 3 passed away in the hospital, while up to 58 others were injured. A report would later reveal that the roof hadn't been properly fixed into the concrete barriers meant to anchor it in place. Several lawsuits were initiated in the tragedy's aftermath, the largest of which was settled for $50 million in damages. Number 6. Republika Cromagnon fire.
Wow.
On December the 30th of 2004, one of the deadliest nightclub fires in history occurred in Buenos Aires, Argentina. A venue called Republika Cromagnon was hosting a rock group called Caballeros, with roughly 3,000 people in attendance, which was double what the club was able to hold. The building's fire safety measures were virtually non-existent. There was no emergency lighting, detection, or alarm systems, while 10 of its 15 extinguishers were unusable as they were depressurized. It would later emerge that Republika Cromagnon's safety license had expired the previous month. On the night of the concert, 4 of the 6 entrances, some of which were to be used in case of fire, had been chained shut so that people wouldn't be able to get in without paying. To make matters worse, the objects used for decoration consisted of highly flammable materials such as styrofoam, wood, and plastic netting that hung from the ceiling. The fire started after a pyrotechnic flare, commonly used during New Year's Eve festivities, was released and ignited the foam in the ceiling. The blaze quickly spread and the plastic net melted, raining fire on concert goers. Most of the victims succumbed to the inhalation of toxic gases, while others sustained fatal burns. 194 people died, while at least 1,492 were injured. In the tragedy's aftermath, the club's owner was sentenced to 20 years in prison. The members of Caballeros were also brought to trial after witnesses reported that the band had encouraged the crowd to set off flares. Number 5. Roskilde Crush. On June the 30th of 2000, a deadly stampede took place at a Pearl Jam concert during the Roskilde Festival in Denmark. A crowd of an estimated 50,000 people started pushing towards the stage. Heavy rainfall had caused the ground to become slippery. Many of them fell down at one place, only to be crushed when they didn't immediately get up. Others fell onto the massive pile of flailing arms and legs, suffocating those at the bottom. The band stopped the music and asked their fans to collectively take a few steps back. While many complied, some were still stuck in the pileup, which eventually claimed the lives of 9 people while injuring 26 others. Since crowd surfing was deemed as one of the tragedy's main contributing factors, it was subsequently banned across many European festivals. Number 4. Collective fire. On October the 30th of 2015, a devastating fire occurred at the Collective nightclub in Bucharest, Romania. Hundreds of people were in attendance at the time for a concert by the metalcore band Goodbye to Gravity. The group's pyrotechnics, which consisted of sparkler firework candles, ignited the highly flammable acoustic foam, which covered the ceiling supporting pillars. Concert goers didn't react at first, believing the flames to be part of the show. The fire rapidly spread to the ceiling, causing it to collapse. A stampede ensued as hundreds rushed the club's only working exit. Desperate to escape the blaze, people climbed on top of each other as the 2-part door was reportedly only half opened. Emergency services arrived 11 minutes after the call had been placed, and Romanian authorities were overwhelmed by the vast number of victims. Many were transferred to facilities in other countries, including Israel, the Netherlands, France, Belgium, and Germany. 26 people died on site, while 38 others succumbed to burns and respiratory complications in hospitals. Out of the band's 5 members, only the vocalist survived. Collective owners were arrested and charged with multiple counts of negligence, while massive anti-corruption protests led to the resignation of the country's prime minister. The 2019 award-winning documentary, Collective, focused on the corruption surrounding the fire, which had been Romania's deadliest disaster in 2 decades. Number 3. Death of Jessica Michalek. At the 2001 Big Day Out Festival in Australia, a teenager was crushed to death in a mosh pit during a performance by headliners Limp Bizkit. As concert goers started violently slamming into each other, a number of injuries were reported. A fight circle had broken out near the front of the crowd, from which dozens would later be taken out on stretchers. 16-year-old Jessica Michalek fell to the ground and was trampled unconscious. Security officials signaled lead singer Fred Durst to stop playing, but he reportedly continued. The Coroner's Court of New South Wales would later criticize Durst for making alarming and inflammatory comments during the rescue effort. 5 days after she was crushed in the mosh pit, Jessica Michalek was pronounced dead. Grinspoon, her favorite band, performed at the teen's funeral, while Limp Bizkit paid tribute to her in a subsequent concert by performing under a banner with her name on it. The Archdemon and Leo Rockstad were 2 of the first of many subscribers who requested this topic. If you have any other topics you'd like to learn about, subscribe and let us know in the comments section below. Number 2. The Who concert disaster. As part of their 1979 world tour, English band The Who was booked for a sold-out concert in Cincinnati. Most of the tickets, an estimated 14,470, were unassigned general admission, meaning they followed the general rule of first come, first served. Shortly before the concert was due to begin, a crowd of thousands had gathered outside the arena. To enter the stadium, they had to go through a series of individual doors at the front, as well as some doors on each side. When they didn't open at the scheduled time, the crowd became agitated. After entry was finally permitted, only a pair of doors was opened, and concert goers assumed that none of the others would grant them access. Then they reacted to a late sound check by the band, believing the concert had already started. The crowd surged and started pushing through the only available entrance point. A number of people were trampled, while some succumbed to asphyxiation. 11 concert goers aged 15 to 27 lost their lives, while dozens were injured. The Who weren't told about the tragedy until after their performance and dedicated their subsequent concert to the victims' memory. Number 1. 2017 Las Vegas shooting. On October the 1st of 2017, Stephen Paddock opened fire on a crowd gathered at the Route 91 Harvest Country Music Festival in Las Vegas. The shooting occurred from 10:05 to 10:15, while singer Jason Aldean was given the closing performance. From his 32nd floor room at the Mandalay Bay Hotel, Paddock rapidly fired over 1,000 rounds of ammunition into the concert goers. He killed 60 people, and in the ensuing stampede, 867 others were injured. Paddock also shot a fuel tank at McCarran International Airport, presumably with the intention of triggering an explosion. One bullet penetrated the tank, but because jet fuel is mostly kerosene, it didn't ignite. When the police breached his room with explosives, they found Paddock dead by a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Officers recovered 23 rifles, mostly AR-15s and AR-10 types, as well as one handgun from the room. The motive behind Paddock's calculated massacre was never determined. The tragic incident became the deadliest mass shooting by a single individual in modern US history. Thanks for watching. Would you go see your favorite band or artist in concert with VIP tickets, knowing there was a 10% chance something could go tragically wrong? Let us know in the comments section below.
No, why would you want to go to a concert in the first place? What's the point? You can very easily just do the same thing with a better experience.
Aaron Youngblood. Number 5.
For free.
Aaron Youngblood.
Concert
Aaron
music
Youngblood
sounds
was sentenced to
worse.
leave with a few friends. He held the rank of sergeant at the MacDill Air Force
And you
Base.
literally have to go somewhere
Youngblood
and
knew about
pay
the safety measures and had been put in
to do
charge
the
of the
same
pyrotechnic
stuff.
display for the night.
So there's no
Everything was
point.
going well until he decided to launch a few mortar-style fireworks. The first one ignited and flew into the sky without incident. After roughly 1 minute, the second device wasn't reacting. The guests at the party thought it had malfunctioned and that it wouldn't go off. Youngblood approached and picked up the launcher. The explosion finally occurred against his hand. Looking back on the incident, Youngblood remembered seeing his hand covered in blood. The military man noted his muscles were visible and he'd broken several fingers in the blast. His pinky finger was dangling close to his wrist and he was unable to move his hand. Youngblood was rushed to the hospital and underwent 3 major surgeries. The doctors weren't sure at first if he'd end up requiring an amputation. After this painful incident, he would endure close to 100 hours of physical therapy. The process was arduous and painful, but in time, he recovered. He was miraculously able to return to active service.
Wow.
Youngblood realized that in order to stay on the safe side, he should have poured water on the remaining firework before lifting it.
How would you have lifted it in the first place?
Fireworks are pyrotechnic devices, crafted both by hand and on industrial assembly lines. They usually have a low explosive range and are used to both entertain and awe the public. Handcrafted devices made of chemicals and paper will typically exhibit 4 primary
Yeah, they
characteristics.
usually don't
They
have
emit
that big.
bright lights and loud noises, as well as smoke, and there is residue left behind afterward. Sometimes there can be other floating materials left behind, such as confetti. More often than not, these displays feature colorful sparks.
Confetti.
The most common colors used in fireworks are red, orange, yellow, silver, blue, purple, and green. There are 2 main types of fireworks, namely ground and aerial. Aerial fireworks can be created with their own propulsion system, like a skyrocket, or they require being manually shot by the use of a mortar. Fireworks originated hundreds of years ago in ancient China, possibly around the year 960. Initially, they were used to scare evil spirits away and keep them from hurting people celebrating the festivities. According to the legend, the bright displays would also bring good fortune. At first, coloring was added with a series of basic chemicals. Arsenical sulfide would give the fireworks a yellow hue, while copper acetate would dye them green. Mercurous chloride would add a white coloration to the displays.
Okay, yeah.
The process is more complex and technical nowadays. Modern pyrotechnic displays gain their color thanks to compounds, colloquially known as stars. They create a powerful and bright light during the explosion. Modern fireworks must include some type of fuel, an oxidizer, color-producing salts, and a binder. Number 4. Taran Pounds. Taran Pounds was 23 years old when his life was completely changed by a firework accident.
Changed or
He
just
traveled with his family to Inola in order to celebrate both the 4th of July and his cousin's wedding. It was a joyous occasion, and guests decided to set off a few fireworks to commemorate the newly married couple. There were smaller displays, but he saw one of the biggest fireworks go off, and he decided he wanted to try it. These were professional-grade fireworks that were being used by people with no training. The pipes were buried on the ground and required the mortar to be manually lit. Unfortunately, Pounds was unaware that the pipe had 2 fuses. He lit the shorter one and didn't have enough time to step away. The device exploded too close to the young man. It went off against his face. His wounds were so severe that he immediately fainted. He would later slip into a coma. Pounds required 6 surgeries to reconstruct his face. Skin from his chest was placed on his face in order to accurately restore it. He continues to have extra skin attached to his cheeks since he still requires further procedures as of the recording of this video. The young man lost vision in his left eye, but he knows his wounds could have been far worse. Most people suffering from such accidents don't live to tell their story.
killed instantly by a fucking explosion going off literally in their face.
Fireworks are popularly used all over the world. There are different types depending on their intended use. Smaller fireworks such as firecrackers and sparklers can be used by the general public. At the same time, more volatile devices with powerful explosions should only be operated by professionals. Each country and society
has its own traditions when it comes to fireworks. Most locations use them in some capacity during New Year's Eve. Other special occasions vary depending on the culture. In France, it's common for fireworks to be displayed during Bastille Day. In Hungary, Singapore, the United States, and several other countries, they are lit during their own national celebration day. India has beautiful displays during the Festival of the Lights. Every year, Japan hosts over 200 fireworks celebrations during the summer season. There are big events over the course of the summer days, with vendors offering local products and thousands of tourists flooding the streets. The first such event of this kind was held back in 1733. The 5th of November is a day of celebration in the United Kingdom. It commemorates the foiling of Guy Fawkes' attempted murder of King James I. In the United
Guy
States,
Fawkes?
the biggest consumer of fireworks is by a landslide the Walt Disney Company.
No, okay, I was thinking
Additionally,
Guy Fieri.
there are several
I was gonna say,
pyrotechnical
isn't the guy
competitions and clubs around the
Guy
globe.
Fawkes and
Two of the
Guys
best-known tournaments
Dinans?
are the Montreal Fireworks Festival and
Drive-ins?
the World Pyro Olympics.
I don't fucking know.
Number 3. Ferhan Enis Sahinla. Ferhan Enis Sahinla was just a teenager when he lost his eye in a firework mishap. He was visiting England on a study trip in order to improve his language skills. During a bonfire night, though,
In fact, they got
everything went
worse.
wrong.
'Cause now we can't read.
Other students were having fun with rocket-style fireworks. One of the pyrotechnical projectiles didn't follow the set trajectory. Instead, it bounced against a car and flew straight towards Sahinla's face. It struck his left eye and shattered his cornea. Fortunately for him, it didn't explode. This would have
Oh.
proven a lethal injury for the young teenager.
Probably would have killed him.
Still, pieces of plastic melted into his eye and caused great harm. People at the bonfire party immediately called an ambulance. Sahinla didn't faint, but he was in shock. He subsequently described the pain as an intense burning sensation. He underwent surgery to remove a large piece of plastic. The doctors weren't able to save his eye as it had been destroyed in the accident. The surgeons
Wow, if it
informed the
would've gone
family
on-
that the
that is
incident
so
could have been far
lucky.
worse. Just a few inches to the left would have left Sahinla with severe brain damage. The young man recovered after painful rehabilitation and was discharged into the care of his parents. Today's
Well,
topic was
he also
requested
would've been
by
killed
Jennifer R.
if
You have any other
would've
topics you'd like to learn about, subscribe and let us know in the comments section
blown
below.
up. So, I'd call that lucky. I'd call that ridiculously lucky.
Fireworks are loaded with all kinds of explosive compounds and dangerous
If they'd
chemicals.
blown up, it would have killed him.
Even though they've become popular and more complex over the past century, people still tend to believe that anyone can operate them. The truth of the matter is that explosive devices always pose a risk for the general public. This aspect, when combined with the alcohol usually consumed during the celebrations, tends to create hazardous situations. Consumers' reckless use of these products plays a massive role in how dangerous they really can be. When used by a professional taking proper safety measures, they tend to be innocuous. However, they become highly lethal when users lack adequate knowledge or act carelessly. The most frequent injuries occur in the hands and head, particularly the eyes. Fireworks can produce burns as well as cuts, bumps, and scrapes. Consequences can range from mild to life-threatening. Pyrotechnical products can cause blindness, third-degree burns, deforming scars, amputation, and even death. It's common for buildings and vehicles to catch fire due to fireworks being launched in the wrong direction. This may result in both monetary losses and physical harm to people in the surrounding areas. Pollution caused by fireworks is also a source of concern. The residues left behind after the explosion free a number of heavy metals, sulfur, and toxic chemicals into the air. These residues can harm local fauna such as fish in nearby bodies of water. Though not a lethal consequence, fireworks can cause significant distress to pets and people suffering from certain conditions, most notably heart afflictions.
Before we move on, official They Will Kill You merchandise is now available at theywillkillyou.com. It's out of this world.
Ah, funny. Get it? Space. Kill it.
Number 2. Christy Young. Christy Young decided she wanted to see a fireworks show. So she, along with a few of her friends, decided to go to a public display. During the event, Young told her friends that it seemed the fireworks were being shot sideways instead of up into the sky. Moments later, one flew too close to the crowd and struck Young on the face.
Nice, that
Exploding
sucks.
in the process.
Oh, goddamn.
Every single bone
that's a
in
lot
her face
worse.
ended up being
Every
shattered
single
by
one?
the detonation. She was immediately rushed to the hospital and
Bro.
spent 41 days in the ICU. This was far from the end of her harrowing
I see.
journey.
Is that like some
She
sort
would
of
be
movie?
transferred to a pulmonary
I
clinic
see.
and spent
Well, that'd be
273
like
days
Indiana
there,
Jones
unable to walk.
Cinematic Universe.
The paralysis was due to the severe cerebral hemorrhage the explosion had produced. Her face looks nothing as it used to after 30 reconstruction surgeries. Not only did she lose her left eye, but also 70% of the vision in her right one. Young, as of the recording of this video, hopes for one more surgery. This procedure would reconstruct her eye socket, and she'd be able to wear an artificial eye. She would be unable to see through it, but it would significantly improve the way she looks. Young says having people stare at her wherever she goes is hard. She has become an advocate against the use of fireworks in the UK. It's critical always to follow instructions carefully when using fireworks, no matter how big or small. Since there is an
Alrighty, you
explosive
fat
component
nibs.
in every single type of product, proper caution must be applied. Kids should never be allowed to operate any kind of fireworks. Though it seems to be socially acceptable for them to play with specific types, the risk of burns and injury is high. Fireworks considered safe for children actually reach temperatures close to 1,800 degrees. These can easily ignite clothes and seriously injure people using them. Sparklers are responsible for the most common firework-related injuries. When someone suffers from a burn, there are a number of aspects to keep in mind. Every large burn requires immediate medical attention and treatment. Under no circumstances should the affected area be covered, as this will make the burn worse. Keep it under cold water for at least 10 minutes. Bursting blisters can have dire consequences, enhancing the risk of infection. Using any kind of lotion in the affected area should generally be avoided. Severe burns may result in infection, hypothermia, and shock. It's vital to immediately call an ambulance in these cases.